Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the June 1st, 2022 Transportation and Land Use Committee meeting. This room has a hearing loop. If you need hearing assistance, switch your hearing aids to telecoil mode. If you need a headset, we have those available as well. Please see the clerk to request one. Pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2 3708.2, and the board's rules of order, Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass requested to participate in this meeting by electronic communication from their homes. Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass cannot attend this meeting due to illness. A physical quorum of the Board of Supervisors is present. In addition, we have Supervisor Umstattd with us this evening in the boardroom, although she has a non-voting role. We're here in the boardroom, and the board has made arrangements for the voice of Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass to be heard by all persons in the boardroom. Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass made the request within the required time frame, and the county attorney determined that Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass meet the qualifications to participate remotely. The board will record in its minutes that Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass participated remotely from their homes due to illness. Everyone please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you. This is going to be a interesting meeting. A lot of us have been prepping for quite a while for this. It's pretty complex. County staff has done, as usual, yeoman's work on preparing for this meeting. We have a bit of an unusual agenda tonight in that the first item, sorry public, but the first item is a closed session item. So we will be going into closed session immediately to discuss that item. The following two items then will come out of closed session to discuss those. And we will have our dinner break during the closed session item. So with that, I would ask Vice Chair Buffington to read us into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Board of Supervisors recess this public meeting and enter into closed session pursuant to Section 2.2-3711A8 of the Code of Virginia to consult with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding the Route 28 Tax District zoning conversion process, a specific legal matter requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel.
Motion's made by Supervisor Buffington, seconded by Supervisor Kirshner. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. I'm sorry, before we do that, Chair Randall and Supervisor Glass. Chair Randall, can you hear us?
I am, and I'm an aye.
Okay, and Supervisor Glass, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear, and I'm an aye also.
Okay, that's 5 ayes. That motion carries, and we are into closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We are coming, thank you. We are back and coming out of closed session. I've asked the Vice Chair now to read us out of closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the closed session be adjourned, that the Board of Supervisors reconvene its public meeting, that the minutes of the public meeting should reflect that no formal action was taken in the closed session, and further move that the resolution certifying the closed session be adopted and reflected in the minutes of this public meeting.
I have a motion and a second. Can I ask everybody to affirm that no action was taken? Chair Randall?
I affirm.
Supervisor Glass?
I affirm.
Supervisor Buffington?
I affirm.
Supervisor Kirshner? I don't think we need Supervisor Umstattd to affirm. I affirm. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That motion will pass 5-0. We are out of closed session. And let me just say to everybody at home here in the room, you missed a real barn burner. Also, we did not start off the session, as is now my new tradition, with a piece of useless information. There are 87 steps leading up to the Lincoln Memorial. Think about it. That's right. There are 407 steps up the Lincoln Memorial. That is a fact. All right. I will turn it over to staff for item number, is it 2, I think? 1? Next item on the agenda.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, and board members. This item is a continuation of a 3-part series on data centers and how they interact with land use policies and regulations. Tonight, we would like to march through the presentation as quickly as possible, and then we'll come back to the committee and engage in a discussion about a series of questions so that you can help articulate your vision for developing data centers throughout the county. There we go. Okay. As I'm sure you recall, our data center series discussion evolved from a May 5th presentation to the committee when the Department of Economic Development presented the Loudon County Data Center Land Study to the committee, and then the committee directed this 3-part series. The first meeting of the series was held on April 20th, and the committee provided some generalized feedback on their vision for data center development. Tonight, the second in the series will focus on a blended discussion involving geographical area and a zoning district-by-district analysis for data center development. We'll also have a brief discussion regarding the properties within the Route 28 tax district and how the work that is being considered as part of the zoning ordinance rewrite to streamline administrative processes in the district might evolve. Again, the discussions here tonight are with the committee to help staff establish the framework for the data centers in the zoning ordinance rewrite. And tonight's discussions could easily become tedious or take us into a very detailed discussion of how we might be able to implement the committee and ultimately the board's desires. But I'd like to remind the committee that it is our desire tonight to hear from you your vision for data centers across the county by zoning district, by place type, in and out of the Route 28 tax district. So after you articulate that vision, the staff will go back and evaluate the options, the processes, and the mechanics of how we would recommend implementing your vision. We would then report those recommendations back at the July 18th TLUC meeting and discuss the potential revisions to the data center policies and regulations. Okay. To recap the feedback the committee provided on April 20th, the committee advised that data centers should not be allowed in the Route 7 corridor, or if they were, there should be some form of regulations to mitigate any impacts. Data centers should not be allowed in the suburban mixed-use place type, and data centers should not be located or allowed in areas adjacent to residential neighborhoods. Where data centers should be allowed is where they are envisioned in the 2019 general plan or within the Route 28 tax district. It was also the committee's recommendation to protect existing or already developed data center locations, And then finally, the committee supports a reduced Dulles Cloud South area at the location of the major power lines intersection. So I'm going to turn it over to Kate McConnell, who's going to walk through the remainder of the presentation.
Good evening, board members. Tonight, we're looking for 2 staff recommendations, and our discussion will focus around those. Primarily, we will be looking at and reviewing the existing zoning districts that allow data centers by right. We would look for the Transportation Land Use Committee to identify any concerns that are related to how data centers are permitted. Is that they're permitted by right or special exception or not permitted? Any locational criteria or performance standards that we could add, or as well as site development standards, and then any concerns about any required ancillary infrastructure or utilities. And then the second part will be to review the established process for the ZRTD or zoning conversion within the Route 28 tax district, as well as some proposed changes to that conversion process with the zoning ordinance rewrite. So currently there are 5 zoning districts that allow data centers by right. They are all planned development districts. The first 4, Office Park, Research and Development Park, Industrial Park, and General Industry, kind of increase in intensity from more office-related development to more industrial-related development. So they're all sort of, developing in kind of a park-like setting with these uses. And then also data centers are permitted in the planned development town center, which is a more urban, pedestrian-oriented, mixed-use development. Certain districts, PDOP, IP, and RDP, have additional standards that address and try to mitigate some of the impacts of data centers. They require some design features that create undifferentiated surfaces on the facades along roads. There's screening of mechanical equipment requirements. When you're adjacent to a residential zoning district with existing or permitted residential uses, the data center has to provide a minimum 6-foot berm with the most intensive buffer planted on top of that berm. And when you're along a road, that berm is also required there with a buffer planted on top with additional evergreens. There's also additional standards that are intended to mitigate the impacts of a data center in the PDTC district. They consist of trying to ensure that development pattern, that compact walkable development pattern is still created with a minimum height, that data centers can't be in more than 49% of the square footage of a building. They're not allowed in the residential uses, a building that also has residential uses, and then some other screening and noise mitigation requirements. This table sort of summarizes how data centers are permitted across the county in the Route 28 tax district versus outside of the Route 28 tax district. So under the 72 and 93 ordinance, which would be in the tax district, you can see that data centers are permitted by right, regardless of the zoning ordinance in PDOP and RDP, but they are permitted by special exception under PDIP in the 72 and 1993 ordinance, and then also in GI, and that's because when data centers started to become a development type, we have a memorandum that identifies data centers being most similar to office, so wherever office was permitted, they would be permitted. And then you'll see that under the 93 and revised 93 ordinance before 2014, which is when we added data center as a use to the ordinance, PDGI does not permit data centers, and that just is, again, in the Route 28 tax district. And then we allowed data centers in PDTC after 2017. So I'm going to present a series of maps that start to build on how we're going to be looking at the zoning this evening and how where it's located in the county. So this initial map shows zoning districts that allow data centers by right with the suburban policy area overlaid on it. That's the black line. So you can see most of the data center, or most of the zoning districts that allow data centers are within that suburban policy area. Again, depending on where they're located in the tax district, there will be certain districts that allow them and don't allow them. And then this map shows that tax district overlaid with the suburban policy area. Again, so there are, 72, 93, and revised 93 zoning ordinances that apply in the tax district, and then outside of the tax district, just the 93 zoning ordinance. And I wanted to just indicate that these maps are very high level. They are just showing the zoning that is where these data centers are permitted. There's not a sort of more in-depth analysis about additional approvals that may allow data centers beyond how this in current zoning is applied. And we will be doing some additional analysis after TLEC gives us some recommendations this evening to see if there are more approvals through rezoning or special exception that would allow data centers on certain parcels even if the zoning is changed.
Ms. McConnell, can I just interrupt for just a second on that slide? Can you go back for a sec? Are we sure? I think this is a conflict with your table. In the third bullet, the 72 zoning ordinance said PDGI is allowed by right. I don't think that's correct.
Are you talking about slide 10?
I'm talking.
Sorry.
Yeah, slide 10. I'm sorry. Slide 9, third bullet.
Slide 9.
72 zoning ordinance, zoning districts that allow data centers. You've got
Actually, it is allowed. Under the 72 zoning ordinance, there was an office use permitted in PDGI. When the 93 ordinance was adopted, that's when we removed office as permitted in PDGI.
Okay, thank you.
And that stayed in effect until we added data center as a use in 2014. So even under the revised 93 until 2014, data centers were not permitted in the tax district.
Thank you.
So this is a slide that we will revisit once we go through the entire presentation. This slide shows the Route 28 tax district, the suburban policy area, and then the blue line is the limits of the suburban mixed-use place type. And then we also included a table that shows how the zoning districts permit data centers by place type. And so the second column is the place type column. It shows all the place types that envision the data centers and how they're permitted under the 2019 general plan. So when we adopted the general plan, each place type had a list of uses. They identified those uses as core, which meant that they're the prevalent use type, or complementary, which means that they're supportive of but not as numerous as that core use, and then conditional use, which would mean that they would be considered on a case-by-case basis. And notably, suburban employment is identified as data centers are identified as a conditional use, and they are not identified as a core, complementary, or conditional use at all under suburban mixed use, and they're a complementary use under Leesburg JLMA employment, while the other transition industrial mineral extraction and industrial and urban employment place types envision data centers as a core use, so that primary use.
Kate, can I just interrupt for a second and ask the TLUC committee members to focus on slide 11. If you had a chance to review your staff report, you saw table 1, which is the information on the left-hand side of the screen. This is really the first time that we have arrayed for your review and for a public discussion that relationship between the place types and the individual zoning districts. And one thing that should be striking to you is that all of the slides that led us to where we are right now addressed permissibility by district. But you can see here for the very first time, there's a relationship between where those districts are, where those zoning districts are, and the place type designation of their geography. So this is going to be very fundamental to the conversation that we get into, or we hope to get into later in the meeting, where you are recognizing the uniqueness of those geographies and the intent of the place type from the general plan, but where those zoning districts fall in relationship to the comp plan. For the board members that were here during the general plan, I can remember a lot of the discussion being, we'll take care of that when we get to the remapping. That is going to come up later with the countywide remapping. But here you can see a very accurate and close correlation between the place type in the general plan and the area where you have those similar zoning districts. So if we want to address a particular need, like Kate said earlier, make it by right or not, make it permissible by special exception or a minor special exception, or address design standards, then that can be addressed in the geography that we're talking about as we move forward. So I just wanted to add that little bit of background, because this is going to be the first time that you see that correlation side by side. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Can I ask for a clarification? And we're going to go to 3-minute rounds here as soon as the presentation's done, and depending on what questions you ask. But a question I have is, can you define core, complementary, and conditional, both in terms of what the actual definition is, but also does it imply some sort of legislative action that applies to one versus the other?
Sure. So core would mean that that's a prevalent use in the district. According to the plan, I don't think that that meant that it would require a legislative action.
So it would be by right. If it's core,
right,
it's a by right. Okay.
Complementary would mean that it's also a component of the district, but it's not quite as prevalent as the core. Again, not requiring legislative action.
Okay, also by right.
And then the conditional use is a use that would be considered on a case-by-case basis. So that, I did talk with community planning about this a little bit this afternoon, and that would mean likely a special exception or some sort of review, but it could also mean that maybe there's some aspects that could be mitigated through additional standards, like we discussed with the berming or the additional design standards. So in some cases that could be
So
addressed.
core and complementary basically imply by right. Conditional implies some condition which can be either a specs, or it could be that there's specific mitigation standards or design standards associated with that condition, and if they meet that condition, it's not legislative as long as they meet that condition.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions, anybody, on what I just asked? Thank you.
So this map again just shows the correlation of the districts that permit data centers by right and suburban mixed use, which is the one place type where data centers are not envisioned at all. And then the next series of maps has the same table, but it shows all the other place types. And we'll go through each of these place types so that we can kind of discuss them more when we get to the round of questions. But we have urban employment just north of the airport, suburban employment, which is everything circled in the kind of darker orange, orangish yellow, suburban mineral extraction, which is circled in the green, transition light industrial, which is this little kind of more magenta color, suburban industrial mineral extraction in the maroon, and then the that's transition mineral extraction, and then the Leesburg JLMA in this turquoise color. So these are the districts where, or the place types where data centers are envisioned either as core or complementary, and then also, or suburban employment where they're envisioned as a conditional use. So this is the question that we're going to be asking is, are there areas in where the certain zoning district, and we'll go district by district, is currently mapped that TLEC does or does not support data centers by right? And then we'll identify what are the concerns and how could those concerns be addressed. We'll also talk about whether TLEC supports additional design standards or site development standards for data centers when they're adjacent to residential neighborhoods, or whether we should evaluate changing the permissibility of residential neighborhoods when they're adjacent to data centers. And then we did another high-level analysis of where data centers would be permitted by right if in the Route 28 tax district, if the properties went through a ZRTD and were approved to come into the current ordinance. So these are those districts where right now in PDIP, where special exception is required for office, they could get a special exception for office under that ordinance, or they could come into the current ordinance under PDIP and be allowed to develop data center by right. And then under GI, because office isn't permitted under certain versions of the ordinance, if they came into the current ordinance, data center would be allowed by right because the office is currently not allowed in the current district. This again is very high level, and we just looked at the opt-in or date of the approved ZRTD or ZMAP. So there are some properties that may have a caveat that the property is amended by the ordinance, they follow the ordinances as amended over time. It could mean that someone has a special exception for office already, and that is not something that we map. So we just looked at what's zoning district by zoning district at this point. And there are about 250, 260 parcels that could develop as a data center by right if they had an approved ZRTD. And this also shows the suburban mixed-use place type overlaid with the Route 28 tax district. We have a similar map showing suburban employment in the orange, suburban industrial mineral extraction in the green, and then the small area of urban employment as they sort of interact with or overlap with the Route 28 tax district. And we have a couple questions about that, which we may actually address as we discuss the previous questions, but going back to the initial TLUC guidance that we received from the last meeting to clarify whether if TLUC continues to support allowing data centers in the Route 28 corridor, and if not, what are their concerns? And a couple other questions about how the Route 28 tax district and the suburban mixed-use place type should, which one should take precedence, and the same question whether if TLUC does not support data centers on Route 7 corridor, what takes precedence with the Route 28 corridor. And finally, we'll discuss a process that staff has been reviewing as part of the zoning ordinance rewrite, where we're considering, instead of a ZRTD process, a legislative process to come into the current ordinance. It would be more of an administrative process that we can explore as part of the zoning ordinance rewrite, where property owners can, we hope to incentivize property owners to voluntarily develop their property in accordance with the current zoning ordinance, as opposed to requiring a ZRTD to do that. So I'm going to go back to this first map, and we'll just start the round of questions, and we're going to kind of go through, I think we'll go in order of the districts in the table. So the first zoning district in the table is PDOP, and it's that lime green color. And inquire, in this case, in this map, about the we'll start along Route 7 because that's where the suburban mixed-use place type is. So you can see in the map that the suburban mixed-use place type goes along Route 7 and down Route 28. And then there's a couple other areas in the county, especially also along Route 50. And so are there areas of the PDOP zoning district, as it's currently mapped, where TLUC supports or does not support data centers by right? And if not, supporting them as a by right use, what are the concerns? Is it how they're permitted by right or special exception? Is it the design that's allowed, or lack of design commitments or required design requirements? Is it the location or the availability of utilities? What are the concerns? And could any of these concerns be addressed with additional performance standards or a different type of permissibility, such as a special exception or not allowing the use at all? So I think—
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a clarifying question, Mr. Chairman?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so are you asking for what is in the lime green? Let's go with lime green. Mm-hmm. That's PDOP. So you're asking if it is in the suburban mixed use and it is the lime green, what is our opinions about? Is that what you're asking? If it's in suburban mixed use and it's PDOP, you're asking that. That's a very narrow question that you're asking right now. Is that correct?
I would say it's more of take into consideration there's a suburban mixed-use place type along Route 7, but also that TLUC did contemplate not allowing data centers along Route 7. So it's sort of, we're kind of just going to try to go locationally around the county, but also taking into consideration the fact that there is a suburban mixed-use place type in that area, and that TLUC previously identified Route 7 as a place that they would not support data centers.
Okay. Not okay. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry.
think, go ahead, Chair Rand, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'm just, I can't form a question because I am confused right now. So we're not talking about the place type right now.
Well, the place
Can I
type
help?
is- go-
Okay, can I help?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, Chair Randall, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, so we're asking about PDOP. And if you
Right.
can see the screen where we have the light green color on the left, you can match it up to various parts of the county that have the urban employment or suburban mixed use, suburban employment, et cetera. So
Okay,
we're trying
gotcha.
we're trying to show that PDOP occurs in areas that have different types of place types.
I
So you
understand.
can react.
Okay.
You can react to how you feel about the suburban mixed use corridor along 7 and along 28 and everywhere where you see the blue outline. If you see the light green color falling within the blue outline, then you know that's PDOP in suburban mixed use. And
Okay,
and
I
so
understand.
your reaction to that and those areas, is there something about data center development in those areas that you feel could be addressed via a change in the ordinance?
All right, I understand, Thank you, I appreciate that.
What I'd like to do is do 3-minute rounds, and it sounds to me, and if I'm wrong, staff, please correct me, but it sounds to me if we go around each member of TLUC, and Supervisor Umstadt's here, so then we'll finish up with her, but go around each member and have them review the light green parcels in the various locations and say, I'm okay with them here, I'm okay with the light green in this location, I'm not okay with the light green in this location. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, but for this map, I would just stick with suburban mixed use place type, and then we'll get to the next map, which has the other place type. So you'll be able to see the relationship of the district location and the place type.
Okay, I'm going to do the opposite of what we normally do. I'm going to go first, so that if I make a fool out of myself, it's me and not other supervisors, and hopefully you guys can learn from my bullet pattern.
Supervisor Turner,
Yeah,
I'd like to offer an item for the board members to consider. This is an opportunity where you can use the table as opposed to
Right.
the chart where so in regards to PDOP, which is the mint green, you could start at the top of the table, and as you come down the table, you stop at a green PDOP, you look left and right and see that the first one is in the urban employment place type in the urban policy area. You come down to the second one, you see that it's in the suburban mixed use place type, it's in the suburban policy district. So that may be an easier way for you to march through these districts as opposed to, looking at all the graphics. But it depends, how you receive information, graphically or tabular.
yep, and I agree with you, and I think that's probably the easiest way. So again, let me walk through this and see how we can do. In fact, let's not time it at 3 minutes, because it's going to take each of us a different amount of time to kind of wander through this table. So I think each supervisor should be able to go down the table, just as Mr. Krobeth suggested just now. So let me take a shot and dive in here. All right, so let's start off with suburban employment. If you'll have to go to the next map over, because that's the only place you can see suburban employment. Suburban
and that's
employment
the-
is the bright yellow rectangle down by Ashburn Station. About 1/5 of it is in the 28 tax district, and about 4/5 is outside the 28.
Urban employment.
That's urban
Urban
employment. Yeah,
employment.
urban
yes,
employment,
Where
sorry.
data centers are envisioned as a core use.
Okay, so if I look at the urban employment section on the map, and I look at the light green areas, if I'm positioning that correctly, that is, the pink there is Town Center, which is the Ashburn Metro Station. I do not want data centers at that light green PDOP location.
PDOP,
Recognizing that
and
there may be-
the pink is PDRDP.
Okay, PDRP, whatever. I don't want data centers right there by that Ashburn Metro Station. That's the urban employment light green, going down to suburban mixed use light green. And now you can go back to the map with the blue lines on it for suburban mixed use, and this is where it gets a little tricky, so I'll just run down my preferences. First of all, the light green that is outside the suburban mixed use, is that suburban neighborhood? It's not on the chart. If you go over to Belmont Ridge Road, you'll see the suburban mixed use has two kind of funky little points that touch, but there is PDOP in between there that is not in suburban mixed use. I believe
More
it's,
than likely, that's suburban
I
neighborhood.
believe it's
I'll
suburban
check.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
So that is, if I'm looking at my map correctly,
Yes, that's suburban neighborhood.
I believe that may be the church there in the one section of PDOP. In any event, I don't want data centers in the light green anywhere in the suburban mixed-use area down to the, right where the light green, right in Dulles Town Center, where it touches the red of the town center place type. So all of that light green along that Route 7 corridor there, whether it's in suburban mixed use or suburban neighborhood, I don't want data centers in that light green. And I would, yeah, I think that's true. Actually, I just addressed the light green outside the Route 28 tax district. So now let's talk about the light green inside the Route 28 tax district, which is also suburban mixed use. I don't want data centers in the light green. You'll see where the suburban mixed use dives down to the tail down along Route 28. If you came straight across and connected and closed that gap, other than that one little light green PDOP just south of where that gap is, I don't want data centers in there. And then there's a natural break before you get down to any more. In fact, there is no more light green in the suburban mixed use. So if I said I don't want any PDOP in suburban mixed use, then really I've accomplished what I want to accomplish, because it doesn't really go down that tail along Route 28. Suburban employment, PDOP. Let's start with inside the Route 28 tax district. We have to go to the next map with the orange lines. I'm okay with PDOP anywhere in the Route 28 tax district in suburban employment. And I am okay with PDOP. I'm okay with PDOP. I would like PDOP outside the Route 28 tax district to be special exception.
PDOP outside the tax.
PDOP outside the Route 28 tax district to be special exception.
In suburban employment.
In suburban employment,
Okay.
correct. And the last one is, two more, transition light industrial.
So that is this little green area in the magenta right here. That's True North,
Right.
right here.
Down in the southeast corner? Oh, up
Yes.
there. I'm okay with
Okay.
PDOP in that location.
And then the other place
And the Leesburg JLMA,
is a very small portion over here along I think that's Belmont Ridge Road and 7.
and since I know there's a data center going there by right, I guess I'm okay with that. I'm really not, but there is a data center going there by right on that piece of land.
Okay.
Did I pass the test?
I think you did a very good job. Thank you.
I've got one
Okay.
navigational correction.
Sure.
On the last piece where you were talking about the Leesburg JLMA, that's actually, that boundary isn't Belmont Ridge Road. Belmont Ridge Road is to the east. That's Goose Creek.
Oh, yes, right. Yeah.
So I think your point is right, but the geography just was slightly tweaked.
Okay. I will go to, I'm going to go to Supervisor Glass and Chair Randall in that order for the rest of the night, or I'm going to forget you guys. So Supervisor Glass, hate to put you on the spot. You want to go next?
Yes, you need to put me on the spot.
You want to wait, let Chair Randall go first?
No, because I want to go ahead and get
Okay.
through this.
Okay.
All right, so let me go through the blue, the suburban mixed use place type. the mid-green PDOP, I would rather not have data centers in that area off Route 7.
Okay.
I would agree with Supervisor, with Chair Turner about not having data centers near the Ashburn Metro.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I would,
We go to the suburban employment would be the next one in the list.
okay.
Just the
suburban
kind of darker,
employment.
like a dark yellow, sort of maize color yellow.
Okay. This dark yellow. I would. Just making one hard time. I'm not sure on that one. Right now, I'm going to stop right now. 'Cause
You want us to come back? We can keep going around?
yeah, come back.
Okay, we'll do that. Chair Randall?
Yeah, first of all, if we do this for every one of these, just like we're doing this right here, we're gonna be here till 2 in the morning. I just want to say that, so let's just start with that. I don't want to see data centers in any suburban mixed-use neighborhood. That's period, the end, hard stop.
Okay.
Whether that can happen or can't happen, I don't need to say it every time. I don't think data centers should be in their suburban mixed-use neighborhoods. I would like to see in the planned development office park, I'd like to see, I don't know if I want to say it as a specs, but I would definitely want to make sure we had lots of design standards and such if it's on a planned development office park. I have like four of these maps that are all the same maps. I don't want to see data centers down on Route 7. And I'm making kind of just general sweeping statements at this point because it's the same no matter what map we bring up. I don't want to see data centers on Route 7 at all.
Okay.
And I guess I can wait till we get to the transition policy area, but that's about as far as I'll go for now.
Just gonna ask a clarifying question. So
Yeah.
when you said that you want to see data centers have additional design standards for PDOP, was that in a specific place? Was that in a suburban employment?
Anything that's anything that's not on Route, well, I don't want to see data centers on Route 7. I don't want to see
Right.
data centers in suburban mixed use. So anywhere else where it's PDOP, I'd like to see design standards.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Does that help?
Yes, that helps. Thank you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
All right.
Yep.
All right. Thank you. No. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirchner?
Thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of questions. I'm not going to be as specific, but just because I'm not quite as invested in some of these areas as some of the other supervisors up here. But I do have some of the concerns about some of the statements that are made. But I want to ask specifically, we're just looking at PDOP, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, as I understand the PDOP, this is a district to establish primary for administrative business and professional offices and necessary supporting accessory uses and facilities designed for park-like atmosphere,
environmentally sensitive design and to accommodate complementary existing natural features, including landscaping, blah, blah, blah. So essentially, you can put office use parks or office use in these particular areas, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they're,
And in terms of the height standards and whatnot, are those similar to what the data center height requirements would or would not be?
the height standard is the height standard based on a building. It's not based on use. So the requirement would apply to any building regardless.
Any
of
building,
the
that's,
use.
that's what I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. So I don't have a problem with, and I'm talking specifically to a suburban mixed-use place type. I wouldn't necessarily have a problem as long as the design standards are high enough to basically look like an office building within the suburban mixed-use place type, since you can already put office buildings there. To me, it makes a lot of sense. Now, obviously, I think there are certain standards that would have to apply, and I think the industry isn't really interested in putting it along the Route 7 corridor for the most part. I still have not heard back from, I don't think we've addressed, because I think one of the things that we talked about is that the industry would be consulted concerning specifically the Route 7 corridor. I don't remember if we've actually heard in one of these sessions or not, but
I think the outreach will occur in preparation
Fair
for the
enough.
July meeting.
fair enough. So, I mean, I still am very interested to hear back from them. If we were to do anything along that Route 7 corridor, and I'm talking specifically, I don't know if we have a map up here with the Route 7 corridor, because we're not really, but there is a large portion of the suburban mixed use within the 7 corridor. Again, if we were to do anything, I would be okay with putting them along there, but as long as, I think there are power considerations, and I know Dominion has to provide along there, and I think that could be possibly a special exception of some sort that would be reviewed, and obviously very high design standards, so essentially they blend in as an office park. That would be, I mean, that was really the only area that I thought that, and along housing as well. So that would be under the suburban mixed use throughout the 28 district and other places around. I think,
Okay.
again, if you were already allowing, so let me go back. When you say in here it's not a core complementary or conditional, or it is or conditional use, they're still ultimately allowed under the zoning district, though, correct?
Right, they're allowed under the zoning district, but if you went by the planned land use or the place type.
Yes.
And we're going through the process now with the zoning ordinance to try to align as closely as we can, the ordinance with the place types. That's something we can take into consideration if, for instance, Supervisor Turner was stating that he did not support data centers in the mixed-use place type. That's something we can look at as something that your vision for how the land use occurs with the rewrite.
Okay.
I'm going to jump in on that one because just to ask you a question, when you're talking about suburban mixed use, you can see from the chart, data centers are really not anticipated or included in the plan for that place type. However, when you asked, but they're permitted in those districts, yes, they are, zoning districts. So as Kate is describing the next steps of the zoning ordinance rewrite, you would take the direction from the comp plan and say, for suburban mixed use, data centers weren't anticipated. So to develop a zoning district for to implement suburban mixed use, we would say the plan doesn't give us direction to include that. So this is exactly the root of the conversation tonight that we want to have with you. So the plan, the long-range plan, doesn't support data centers, doesn't call for data centers, doesn't specify data center as either core, complementary, or conditional for the suburban mixed-use place type. But you can see we have suburban mixed-use place type that has land that is zoned that does permit data center by right today. So when you are saying, I'm hearing you say something like, I support data centers along Route 7 corridor, you would be okay with that, but could you look at additional design standards perhaps? Mm-hmm. If that's really what you're intending, then so noted, but it doesn't equate to the comp plan guidance for suburban mixed use.
So that was
just to
not
make
clear
that
to me
clear
from this map, but so that's helpful, and that's where the not core complementary or conditional use come in. Is the
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's my questions for now, or my comments.
Supervisor Buffington.
Thank you. Can I follow up on that, Mr. Yudd, a little bit on what you were just saying? One generalized thought in going through so specifically and saying we don't want them here where it is right there in that parcel on the map in a specific place. One generalized point that I want to keep in mind going forward is that if someone whoever currently owns those, even if we change it, because currently they believe, I could do this. I believe I'm using the right terminology, but I'm vested under the current zoning, even if they change it, unless I voluntarily decide to change the zoning and to upgrade the zoning or to change to the new zoning. I'm currently vested in it. So even if we say that, like say suburban mixed use place type, say the board, hypothetically speaking, just says that we don't want that at all anywhere in the county in suburban mixed use place type. That doesn't mean that there really wouldn't be, because there's places, as we can see on this map right now, within suburban use place type that have by right data based on the zoning district, correct?
Correct.
And so even if we do that moving forward, existing property owners would still be allowed. Is that correct? If they wanted to.
So we're this exercise is sort of plying away those onion layers, if you will, that to get to the heart of whatever the intent of the recommendation is that this body will make to the board so we can affect our work program to do something moving forward, we need to ask the questions in this manner. So we're asking by district in the place type, so you can give us that input. But you are correct.
Okay.
You are correct in Route 28 and outside of Route 28 that somebody could say, well, I did something, I have some affirmative step that vests me as an owner to data center NOP prior to you changing it. We have to do that level of analysis.
And then my next question.
To determine that.
Is that vested right, does that vested right run with the land if they sell?
Yes.
Okay. But what we're talking about is to try and give you direction towards the 2023 zoning ordinance through the ZOR process.
Yes, and as it relates to this data center exercise that we're in right now, if we're able to gain your input and figure out where is the focus of the amendment from today's zoning ordinance regulations, then we analyze for impact of a proffered rezoning or a special exception, like Kate mentioned, where somebody would still be able to develop data center by right.
So I don't think I can be as specific as Chair Turner was in his comments, but I think I can be helpful and try and get my thoughts across to you. Route 7 corridor, I don't think, my main concern is the power lines. So I would rather not see data throughout that corridor, new data throughout that corridor, unless it can be done without major new power lines that are visible. So underground, okay, maybe. If there's some other way to mitigate that and not have the new major power lines that are visible, very visible to everyone, I don't want to see that happen to the corridor. That's why I'm saying that in that area. As far as PDOP specifically, as Supervisor Kirshner said, I may not be as vested in all of these areas throughout this map that we're looking at, but if you look along the Route 50 corridor where I'm highlighting here, there's the green PDOP area, and I'm talking only within the suburban mixed-use place type. So that one parcel north of Route 50 is currently Stone Springs Hospital. So I don't see that changing to data, but so I feel I'm safe to say I would not want that to change to data. Below that is Gum Springs Library. I would not want that changed to data. And and also below Route 50, and just to the east of Gum Springs Library is a pediatric group, sort of children's hospital, I believe, building that's there. And so I wouldn't want to see that changed to data. But just to the east of there is a large open, kind of open field right now that's undeveloped, I believe, still. However, just south of that parcel, and I think that parcel's in green on here that I'm talking about right now. It's the furthest to the east, south of Route 50. I think that could still be developed, and it's probably big enough for data. But just south of that is a bunch of existing townhomes. And so it would be immediately adjacent to a bunch of existing residential. And so I don't think I would want to see data. And so if you're asking just PDOP, that would be my comments on that without commenting on all of the other PDOP. Is that helpful? I'm sorry that I'm not giving you more specific information here.
Yeah, that was helpful.
And basically, anytime a data center would be, very close to residential, we obviously are going to need some sort of, we're going to need buffering, we're going to need a lot more mitigation to make that okay. Is there anything I didn't answer that you wanted me to answer? Is that good enough for now? Okay, thanks.
Fine. Thank you.
Supervisor, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair Turner. So I believe that if data centers are by right currently, they should remain by right, and that includes the Route 7 corridor. I do, however, believe that on a primary corridor like that, it is important to look at the aesthetics of the building. Data centers increasingly are building their centers to look more like Class A office space, and I think that would be a reasonable request of the industry along Route 7. I think that data centers should be by right in the Route 28 corridor. And unless they're up against residential, I am not as concerned about aesthetics, although I think they can be made to look reasonably attractive. On suburban mixed use, obviously, I believe they should be allowed where by right on the Route 7 corridor. Any other area in that place type where they are currently by right, I think they should remain by right. When we come down to the Gateway and the Ashburn Metro stations, I think Chair Turner has a point about the Ashburn Metro station, because we really do want to concentrate our highest density residential near the Ashburn Metro station. The Gateway Metro station is a different issue because it falls under the Dulles Airport LDN 65 and 60. I think data centers are appropriate to be near the Gateway Ashburn or the Gateway station. Going down to the transition area, Supervisor Buffington touched on something I wanted to say. I sent all members of the committee a link to 3 photos I took today when I was down in the Dulles Cloud South area. That's where those 2 major transmission lines cross. That area has an enormous substation on the ground right now, surrounded by fields that belong to the farms in the area. That seems to me to be an extremely logical place to put data centers. My understanding is that between Novec and Dominion, which have substations in that area, I think Dominion owns 194 acres, not all of which are developed as substation, but which they easily could develop as substation. It is just north of the area of Prince William County where their board is contemplating allowing data centers. So given that there is a real unlikelihood of any residents anywhere near there being able to see data centers, I think that is a really logical part of the transition area for data centers. If you drive that area, you're going to see the same thing you see in Leesburg. If you drive along the bypass in Leesburg, we've got those high lines. We have the big towers going north-south through along the eastern edge of Leesburg. So we already have these transmission towers within sight of Route 7. They just happen to be approaching or in the town. I know they're not great to look at, but if you go down into that southeast part of the county, you've got high towers going every which way. It seems no matter where you look, you are seeing high towers already there. After a while, as long as you have buffering around your neighborhood, you don't tend to see them. And when you're driving Route 7 in Leesburg, you saw them initially when they went up. Now you don't tend to see them at all. So I'm not quite as troubled by the towers as some of my colleagues are, because I've lived with them for the last 10 years maybe. So those and the Leesburg JLMA, I think that is a logical place. We've already got at least 2 data centers that are going to, one is already on the ground and expanding. The other is by right. I think the Leesburg JLMA is also a logical place for these. Yeah, I would love to see Dominion Degree and Novec agree to underline those lines, and I hope it's possible. And actually, someone from the data center industry said that that was something they wondered if the data center industry paid for it. Could Dominion underground the lines? When you do that, it's about 10 times more expensive than having them overhead, but that's not as much of a problem as the lack of accessibility if a line goes down, having to get underground to fix it. I know I didn't give you everything you're looking for, but that's all I got tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so in listening to everyone's comments, I'd like to recap and then open it up for comments of whether I've accurately captured a recap of what I hear, what I think is consensus. With Supervisor Umstattd, probably the Lone Ranger over there, and with, that's just the way it falls. So let me recap this, and then I'll invite comment to my recap to see if it's accurate, because I think we might be able to wrap it up in a bow here fairly effectively, because that was really helpful as I heard each supervisor talk about their individual pieces. So we look at the urban, and we start back at the top of the chart. We look at urban employment. You got to go to the second map. It's the bright yellow rectangle down on the Ashburn Metro Station. I heard consensus that we don't want data centers in the urban employment area. Does anybody disagree with that?
I think I would clarify that Supervisor Umstattd indicated that that in the LDN 65 or the higher noise contours where there's no residential allowed near the gateway station, which is more closer to the urban employment place type. The urban mixed use place type is further to the west. There is some PDOP there just to the west of the yellow, but this area, urban employment, is planned for only employment uses. There's no residential plan there, just to clarify that place type versus the other urban place types, which would be...
So there's no residential currently planned in the urban employment
That's correct.
place type? All right, then let me restate that. Is the consensus that we're okay with data centers in the urban employment place type?
Well, the consensus, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say the consensus. What I would say for urban employment, I don't think I spoke on that, and maybe I should have, is that it would, I had this discussion earlier today with Mr. Reiser. It would really need to be something that design standards would be very, very important because it's still our urban policy area. And we really, the goal is not to have a lot of data centers in our urban policy area. And if by chance we had to, it would really need to be one that is very high on design standards, very, very high on design standards. I would like to see it to be smaller, a smaller data center, a smaller FAR, much, much more landscaping, different materials. So I would prefer not to, but if it's not an option, then the design standards would have to be really quite intense.
Well, let me take you up on that, Chair Randall, and kind of add on to that and see if I've captured it correctly. So is it your intent that you'd prefer them not to be there, but if we have to allow them because they have a by right option to build there, that we impose pretty strict design standards when they are built there?
I would like to see very strict design standards and a smaller FAR if they are allowed there. I mean, I won't get into pontificating why I believe we don't want to see a lot of data centers in our urban policy area. I think I've said it enough now. I don't need to repeat myself. But yes, very, very stringent guidelines and a smaller FAR if they had to go there.
I would agree with that. Is there other comments regarding the urban policy area?
Chair Turner,
Yeah, go ahead.
I would also be in agreement with that,
Okay.
or to have very
Supervisor
high.
Supervisor Kirshner or Supervisor Buffington, how you feel about that? Supervisor Kirshner.
So we're talking, I mean, there is some area already here that I guess is by right. So if we were to rewrite this, I think, where we're talking right here, right?
Yep, right there.
Right here, all this. So I do think that I kind of have this mixed feeling between some of what Chair Randall has said and some of what my colleagues, Supervisor Umstead has said. I don't really want to mess with what people have by right, but I know this is a new policy area, and I know it is specifically designed. So I don't think taking data center out of here is a good idea, but I do think they should be some pretty high standards in terms of how they look, and they need to blend in essentially to what this policy area is intended to be.
And let me just clarify here based on that. So the discussion of we don't want to take away by right. Right now, we're just trying to capture the board's intent of where we want data centers and don't want data centers. In the next session, you could very likely come back and say, I know you said you don't want data centers in suburban employment, but all the land down there is by right for data centers right now, and the only thing we can do is impose standards. So I wouldn't worry about by right or not by right in this discussion. All we're trying to capture is, do we want data centers there or don't we? So I think what Chair Randall and I were saying is, and Supervisor Glass is, we'd rather not have data centers there, and if we have to have data centers there because it's a by right option, then we want to have really strict design standards when we build them. So, and
that is exactly what I'm saying.
okay, and so Supervisor Kirchner, does that clarify at all for you?
Well, it does.
By right will always trump what
Right.
are designed.
So I don't necessarily think we should exclude them. I get
Okay.
you think, but if they're going to be there, I think they need to fit within the idea of what an urban policy area is.
Okay, Supervisor, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think they're okay there with proper mitigation standards.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then Supervisor Umstead,
Yeah, I would agree with that.
okay with design standards.
Design standard.
Okay, I don't know that we have consensus, but you have clear, I think, guidance from the board on the urban policy area. Okay, I think we have consensus, except for Supervisor Umstead, on suburban mixed use. I think the general feeling is we do not want data centers in the suburban mixed use place type, and right now, data centers are neither core, complementary, or conditional. Can I get comments on that broad statement that we do not want data centers in suburban mixed use?
Can you, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Chair, we needed to caucus for a second back to urban employment in the
Okay.
urban policy area. So your recommendations for design standard were for the urban employment place type.
Correct.
Okay, so what about urban mixed use, which was the area by the Ashburn Metro Station? You do have OP zoning that Kate is pointing to. That's not urban employment, that's urban mixed use, different place type.
Can you point that, because I don't see it on the map?
It's not actually outlined, but it's to the east of, west of the yellow square.
Okay, and
This
and
area here.
the purpose of urban mixed use, I'm assuming, is high-density residential right near the metro station, correct?
High-density mixed use, yes.
Okay, so I would be stronger on no data centers there
Okay.
than not. And Supervisor Glass, Supervisor Randall, Chair Randall, how do you feel about that?
Absolutely not. I
Yeah.
mean, not even, this is absolutely not.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be, this is the area that is supposed to be
Okay.
our high residential
Yep.
area, our high density residential area. That's always been intended for. And as we've talked about where we're going to put homes and knowing where we don't want to put homes, we do want to put them in this area. And so absolutely not.
Okay, Supervisor Glass, you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
High density residential area, we're talking about, all multi-story, buildings, apartments, condos, whatever. That's what I would like to see there.
Okay, Supervisor Kirshner?
How large of an area is that we're talking about? Do we have any sense of that?
It looks like
Pretty,
it might be a half mile by a mile by a mile, half mile by a half mile.
and the
Three
current
quarter-
plan envisions
right
that
here.
all residential?
Well, it's mixed use, so
Mixed
it would
use.
be a mix of residential and other uses that are kind of creating that walkable, synergistic development pattern. Not data centers typically would be part of that.
That's the current development where the Department of Economic Development is right now, right? Right down that main street?
That's
the
over
reta-
to
with the
the,
retail
that's
on the-
over here a little bit.
What was the,
Is that right?
I don't have the study in front of me.
Where?
This-
Well, it's right. Yeah. Right here.
The study by Economic Development that came out, what was the recommendation for this area on the study?
It was not for data center.
Okay. I'd be fine with that.
Okay, no data center. And Mr. Vice Chair?
No data.
Okay, and Supervisor Umstattd?
I can live with that.
Okay, great. So that's unanimous. Note down the date and the time that Supervisor Umstattd. Anything else on urban employment? Because I think we got that covered.
That's it for that area.
Okay,
yeah.
and suburban mixed use, I think at least three of us don't want to see data centers in suburban mixed use. And Supervisor, am I correct? I don't want to overstate that. Chair Randall, you agree? Nothing, no data centers in suburban mixed use?
I agree. Yeah, no data centers in suburban mixed use. And
Okay.
I got to say, again, I often try to put myself in the place of the homeowner, and so no data centers in suburban mixed use.
Okay, Supervisor Glass, you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, Supervisor Kirshner?
So I do have again, I don't want to speak too much to this. I agree with Supervisor Umstattd, and I meant to clarify this earlier, that the Route 28 tax district, I'm uncomfortable with speaking to anything in that, honestly. So I don't, when I make that comment previously in terms of the Route 7 corridor leading up to the taxing district, I was referring specifically to the suburban mixed-use type along there when I made my comments earlier in terms of a more robust, if there was data centers to go in there, that they would be, either subject to a special exception or with significantly high design standards, if that would make sense. But beyond that, that would be my only comments.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair?
I think I'm a no, but not a hard no. I think I'm leaning no, but if we do go with it, then it just has to have really high design standards and mitigation standards.
Well, and but
And I know I'm saying both things.
But that's
But that's how I
important to
feel.
say that, because they're going to have to come back, and when we say generally no to suburban mixed use,
Yeah.
every time they come back and say, we gotta let them do it, than the fallback is, but with real tight design standards. So that's okay to have that information. And Supervisor Umstein, you were pretty specific about suburban mixed use. So
Yeah, I mean, if it's already by right for data centers, I support allowing data centers to go in there, even in the suburban mixed use areas along the Route 7 corridor and the Route 28 tax district. I believe we should have higher design standards for the Route 7 corridor. It includes building aesthetics as well as berming and screening. But on the Route 28 tax district, I think data centers should be allowed throughout that district.
That's
Okay.
essentially my sentiment as well.
okay,
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
with due respect to Ms. Umstead, the statement, if it's by right, it's an obvious repetitive statement that I think we've already addressed, because we're not, I mean, perhaps I'm confused, but I think we've said that we're not really talking about whether or not something's by right, because we've already addressed that. And so this is what we'd like to see separate apart from whether it's by right, correct?
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Sure,
about
go ahead.
that? So, are we really talking? I mean, because if we come back and we change by right, if they haven't vested yet, then that will change that by right. Am I correct? That is a legal question. Anyone want to answer that?
Yes.
Yes.
So
If
if
they don't
it's
have-
by right now and they haven't vested or done anything at this point, and then we change everything within the suburban mixed-use place type, then that they weren't vested, so they fall under the new zoning ordinance, unless perhaps it's in the 28 district.
Correct.
Agreed.
So we are addressing, Chair Randall, we are addressing to some degree areas that are by right, 100%. They may not be vested, but they're still by right.
Kirshner, Mr. Kirshner, and if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I'm not saying we're not addressing that. I'm saying it's an obvious statement. If it is by right, it's an obvious statement because it's by right.
But if we rezone it, it's no longer by right.
No, it's still by
We're
right.
talking about what it is right now.
Yeah, you can't, well, all right, yeah, you might be right. So
I
if
mean,
we,
it's my understanding we're talking about what exists today. That's my understanding.
if we decided, if 6 of us decided here tonight that we don't want any data centers in suburban mixed use, period, no caveats. People that have by right now under the existing zoning orders to build a data center could still go out and build a data center without so
Exactly,
much as a body relief
exactly.
from the board, correct?
Exactly.
I think that would go to what I believe it was Mr. Kirshner talks about. It's whether or
I'm
not.
sorry, can you get a little closer to the mic?
Sorry.
Thank you.
That would depend upon whether or not someone has a vested right to do it. So is it by right because they previously had a rezoning to a district that allows it by right and they have done enough to vest to that approval? Is it by right and they've also come in and had an approved site plan that allows them to do that use and they've again carried that forward enough to vest? But if it's or because they're in the Route 28 tax district under the 72 ordinance and they're entitled to protection of that under the Code of Virginia. But if it's by right, just because it's by right and they don't have any approval that vests them to that,
Got it.
then yes, if you change the by right uses in a zoning district, you can affect what people can do as long as they don't have some other vested or statutory right that protects their ability to do that previously by right use.
Okay, so if they're sitting on a by right parcel that allows data centers right now, and we change and say no data centers in suburban mixed use area, and they haven't done anything. So they're in or outside of the 28, let's say they're inside the 28 tax districts and they're on the 72 ordinance and they haven't done anything and they don't want to do anything, or they're outside the 28 tax district and they're sitting on a PDOP parcel, there's just a basic PDOP parcel, they haven't done anything. The 28 example is vested in the 72 ordinance, period. That's their current vesting. The people outside the 28 district are vested in the by right nature of what they're allowed to build, but we can change that zoning anytime, and that's completely legal. However, if there's been any legal action, whether through the 28 process, Route 28 process, or a proffered rezoning, or anything else that legally vests them in the right to that property, then that's locked in, and we can't change that by a zoning change, correct?
Right. So let me just say, if we just take the Route 28 tax district out of it, because there's obviously a few special rules that apply to that. But just generally speaking, if someone owns property in a district today that currently allows a use by right, if they do not have some significant affirmative governmental act and approval that would potentially vest them to that use. And then even if you have that approval, there are other criteria beyond that. But if they do not meet the criteria for vesting, then yes, the change that you do would impact that. You know, the vesting analysis, though, is specific on a property by property basis, depending upon the nature of their approval and whether and to what extent they have taken the steps to vest to it. But in the absence of a vested right, yes, if you change the by right uses, that would impact the property owners in that district.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
if
Go
I
ahead.
may, I guess it might be helpful to set down rules of this meeting. At this moment, I was under the impression we were talking about as things exist today, not what could happen, what might happen, what maybe happen, but as things exist today, the feedback we're giving staff and our vision, our opinions, our what we like to see is as things exist today. And so if that is if I'm incorrect, tell me. But if that is correct, to continue to say if it's by right, is unnecessary if we know that's what it is today.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. I understand it's frustrating because we're kind of continually mixing apples and oranges. So let me try something here. So let's take by right out of the discussion. Take it mentally off the table for everybody, all six of us that are talking about this. Forget by right for just a second. Let's assume we live in a world where by right doesn't exist. We're just talking about where we want data centers and where we don't want data centers. If I simply made the blanket statement, we're okay with data centers in urban employment, we're not okay with data centers in suburban mixed use, where they're not a core complementary conditional use. We are okay with data centers in suburban employment with a specs because they're conditional use right now. We're okay with data centers, period, in all the other place types: suburban industrial mineral, transition light industrial, transition industrial mineral extraction, and Leesburg JLMA. We're okay with data centers because that's either a core or complementary use right now. Forget by right. How would everybody react to that? Chair Randall?
That's fine for the purpose of this discussion. That's fine.
Okay. Supervisor Glass?
Same here, it's fine.
Okay. Supervisor Christian?
Do I have to react?
You have to. It's the rule. I order you to react.
My reaction is it's not that simple. I mean, I think when you say suburban mixed use, yeah, generally you wouldn't want data center there from a this is what the term means, right? I agree with you there, but
Okay.
it's far more complicated than that. I just don't think we can make it that simple.
It is in reality, but
Yes.
I'm just doing a theoretical exercise right now. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's far more complicated than that. I understand what you're saying, but there's reality of there is by right, and we have to. I think we're just trying to individually understand, and to Chair Randall, some of us are trying, and I know you are too, but to individually understand what are the implications of what we're saying up here to property owners right now, and that's why we're asking all these questions about by right. Mr. Chairman, to the list you just went down, I just noticed that you did mention transition light industrial core use and transition industrial mineral extraction core use. My question is to staff. When we say that, when I'm looking at this map on 11, on your presentation, page 11, I'm not seeing anything
It's on the next.
south of Braddock Road shown. And so the idea of the cloud, which Supervisor Umstead brought up, I forget exactly what you call it. Was it the Dulles South Cloud or something like that? Dulles Cloud South. Is that if we were to say we're okay with transition light industrial core use, does that mean transition policy area and the Dulles South or Dulles Cloud South?
No, we're not looking at Dulles Cloud South this evening because we're looking at the zoning districts that currently allow data centers by right, and there are no
And
districts
there are
in
none
that
in
area.
the transition policy.
So the transition policy area
Other
place
than-
types are up here.
Yeah, so there's
Yes.
one big parcel south of the Greenway that's approved for that, and that's on here, right? Mm-hmm. But other than that, south of the Greenway and the transition policy area, tonight, we're not discussing any of that, right? Other than the fact that Supervisor Umstead did mention her feelings on it. You're not asking us that.
No.
And when we're giving you our opinions, that's not something that you're asking here tonight, right? Because I want to be sure that I don't accidentally signal support for that, because I, as you all know, do not support that.
We are looking at zoning districts that currently allow data centers by right. So we are not looking at other places in
We're
the
not
county,
talking about
such
that
as
tonight.
south of Braddock Road. We're not looking at
Okay.
those places this evening or talking about them.
I'm glad we clarified that. Thank you. The other point I was going to try and make earlier when I asked to speak after Supervisor Umstead spoke is that I, too, am the Route 28 tax district is a different animal, and it has to be. So if I'm saying something about suburban mixed-use place type, I want to be careful that I'm pretty much talking about outside of the tax district. And within the tax district, I know that there's some different considerations that are needed in there. So it's possible that I would have a different opinion about areas that are inside the tax district.
That's why I'm trying to strip that off.
Yes.
You're right. You're
Thank
right.
you.
That would fall under a by right sort of vested process.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do is just say, in theory, forget by right, forget Route 28 tax district, because frankly, those rules are going to trump anything we say generally about suburban mixed
Thank
use.
you.
In general, in a perfect world, in suburban mixed use, we don't want data centers there.
Yes, I think
Okay.
I could agree with that.
Supervisor Umstead.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I kind of go back to something I think Mr. Buffington said, which is I need to see what's on the ground in any particular area. The Dulles Cloud South discussion, I raised that because in the staff report it says April TLUC direction on data centers. Explore reduce Dulles Cloud South where major power lines intersect. So it looks to me like this is something that we were expected to discuss tonight based on
If I can
that.
clarify, I was going to wait until we got through this portion of it and bring that up as a last discussion item to get a consensus. Do we want to talk about it? Do we want to recommend it or not? So we will have the Dulles Cloud South as a wrap-up to this.
Great.
But we don't need to have it, I don't think, in this context of this. Okay, the reason I went through that drill is that I think that gives the staff pretty good direction by place type as to where the TLUC committee wants data centers and doesn't want data centers. Now, I'm expecting that in the next meeting you will come back and say your intent is not to have data centers in, and we haven't taken a formal vote, but I think it's fair to say that we had consensus on that, theoretically. You're going to come back in the next meeting and say, okay, you don't want data centers in suburban mixed use. There are a number of parcels that you're allowed to build data centers under the current rules by right, and there are a number of parcels that are vested to build by right. And so we propose the following design standards in those areas, or we can't impose design standards, or there's nothing we can do about that. I mean, what would be the result in the next meeting if this is the direction that we give you? Everybody's looking at me like stunned mullets, and I feel the same way too, so I apologize.
I think that would be the analysis that we would be doing to see.
Okay, is there more specificity that you could get from us tonight that we haven't provided? on
There's
this?
one thing that I realized that we didn't include on this table that we would like for you to look at, which is this area here in the southeast side of the tax district, which is also urban mixed-use place type. So this is based on the Metro Center kind of over here, just over the county line. And so in this district, you have PDTC, which is the red, PDOP, looks like a little PDR, RDP, and IP. But that is a mixed-use district where there would be a mix of uses, dense, high-density residential, you know,
And I'm glad you brought that up, because the one thing I want to add to my theoretical rundown there is I'd like everybody to react to, I do not think there should be data centers in PDRDP and PDTC, period. Town center and research development should not be data centers. And there should not be an option to tear down town center and RDP in the future to build data centers. Chair Randall, how do you feel about that?
I'm going to disagree with you on some of that. I think I would not like to see data centers in town centers unless, as I've said before, they would be really fairly. I had this discussion today and I really didn't get a good answer. That's not true. I didn't express myself well. When we think data centers, we think this behemoth building that we see, like the big concrete building. What I've learned is a data center can actually be a fairly small building, and it could be a building inside of a space inside of another building. It could be a space inside of an office building. So when we're saying the word data center, we're using it very loosely. So would I want to see a data center in a PD office park? I wouldn't be totally opposed to that, depending on how large it was, the design standards, the landscaping, all those things. And I really believe that we should, if it's an office park, we should be looking to decrease the FAR and maybe even put it inside of another building.
Let me put
On research, I don't really see a huge issue with data centers being in a research park. That's not an issue for me.
Okay, so right now, the area we're talking about is Rivanna and Waterside. Those,
Well, okay, but you didn't say that. You said research park.
but
and you said, you didn't say
Ms.
that.
McConnell pointed to Rivanna and basically said this area down here is town center,
Okay.
PDOP, and research development.
PDRDP.
So yeah, PDRP, PDTC, and then PDOP. And then I think there's a PDGI right there in the corner as well.
Yes.
But that's Rivanna. So,
Okay.
so that's,
We as we're having this discussion, I'm trying to have a discussion in real time, in the moment. So we're not supposed to be having a discussion saying, yes, I do want one at Rivanna, or I don't want one at Rivanna. We're supposed to be having a discussion that says,
Okay, fair point.
This is the place type I want it, and so my answer still stands. If it's a town center, I would, do I want it? No, but if it were, but I wouldn't say absolutely not in the way that I would in suburban mixed use. But I would say a lot of standards around it, and I would say maybe we also need to revision or revise how we vision a data center, because we only see it as one thing, and I'd like for us maybe to not do that.
all right, so you're okay with heavy design guideline data centers in town center, and you're okay with data centers in research development, RDP?
I am, yes.
Okay. Supervisor Glass? How do you feel about PDTC, town center, and PDRDP research development?
I would rather not have it in the BDTC town center. The research and development, that's possible. But if we're talking about an urban area, that's where we want our density of residential. We want mixed use there. I understand what Chair Randall was talking about when she said, having data centers at have a certain look and height and size, but it seems that many of the data centers that are now being built are quite expansive. So That would be my concern, is that, you know, it would still have this huge data center within an urban area.
So I'm having a little trouble hearing you, but as I heard no in town center and maybe with design guidelines and RDP in research and development?
I said maybe, but my concern is when we talk about data centers that are being built, they're usually not the smaller size, they're usually the larger
Right.
types that are being built. And so to have that within the urban area, I'm not sure how that would look.
Okay.
If we're supposed to have a certain design, especially in our urban area.
Okay. Supervisor Kirschner.
I without rehashing this, I would agree with, I think, the sentiment of Chair Randall's on these two areas.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair.
I think I agree with the sentiment of Chair Randall as well. I'm thinking of a recent application that came forward that we didn't like, and we had them change it, and then and looking at, can you go to slide 7 on here? This is under existing zoning ordinance, the 93 revised for town centers. They're allowed if they do not occupy more than 49% of the building. Residential uses are not permitted in that same building. The minimum of 3 stories in height for that building. Consistent building design with adjacent buildings. Residential uses, I said that already. Mechanical equipment can't be visible. The generator testing is very limited in the hours that they can do it. So I think that we do need to envision a way, I think, for data in urban that can be there without even really being seen. Okay. And I think that's okay. And I think that's okay in our PD RDP as well.
Okay. Supervisor Umstattd, PDRP and TC.
I would agree with Supervisor Buffington, and thank you. You just reminded me where I read that 49% of the building. But yes, that makes a lot of sense. I think Chair Randall made a very good point. We have one concept of what a data center looks like, and they can be different sizes. You can have container data centers. You could have a school in which you had a data center that was used as a training facility. So they're not all quite the same.
Okay. So on the recap, I had Chair Randall, PDTC was okay with heavy design standards. Supervisor Kirschner agree with that. Vice Chair Buffington agree with that. And I think Supervisor Umstattd agreed with that. I did not. I don't think they should be in town center. Supervisor Glass didn't think they should be in town center. For RDP, Supervisor Glass is concerned about, is it an existing gigantic building or is it something different? Which sounds like design standards, but that you heard her as well as I did. And Chair Randall is okay with data centers and RDP. Supervisor Kirschner is okay with that. Vice Chair and Supervisor Umstattd are okay with that. And I'm opposed to data centers and those. You guys are all wrong, but only kidding. So that gets us, that takes care of PDTC and RDP, and I think.
Chair Turner, can I help us come in for a landing? The TC and RDP commentary and direction was helpful. What Kate was trying to tee up was a discussion about the eastern part of the urban policy area next to Fairfax, which is technically Urban Transit Center, and there is TC and RDP in there, I think. So, but you can see from the chart on the left, you had TC and RDP in other areas as well.
Right.
So, if you could speak to the position in that urban transit center area, which the place type doesn't really call out data center anyway. But I think it'd be helpful to get that direction. And then the second point I have is if you were willing to take a break to let us repeat back the direction we've got thus far, then we could help wrap this up.
Okay, and then, so the question then is urban transit center. Can someone tell me whether data centers are core, complementary, or conditional use in urban transit center?
They're not listed at all.
They're not listed at all, not even
Right.
addressed.
Correct.
What do you do when that happens?
Well, it's the same as suburban mixed use where they're not listed at all. So not core complementary or,
Oh, got it, got it. Okay, so there's a presumption there that it's not a by right use if they're not listed.
well, they're not envisioned in the place type. So in the, as, you know, the planned land use doesn't envision data centers there, but there are districts in this area that currently allow data centers, right, in here.
So in that little section there on the
Yes.
southeastern section there, your PDOP green and your little tiny rectangle, 2 parcels of PDIP up in the north section there, and your PDRDP in the pink, and your PDTC in the red, all of those, if they're not spoken, allow data centers by right.
That's correct.
Okay, so then the question is, how do we feel about, so right now in the Urban Transit Center, in that southeastern section there, that little polygon down there, right now in Urban Transit Center, the underlying place types allow data centers. Do we agree that there should or should not be data centers in urban transit center areas? Chair Randall.
I believe there should not be, and I don't believe, and that is a hard stop. That is not design standards or whatever. I do not believe there should be, and I believe that if we put them there, we would, I mean, that is why the 2011 board voted for the metro. That's what that is. That's our metro stops. That's our bread and butter. That's an art center. That is where we're, you know, that's maybe a convention center. That is our bread and butter on our metro stops. I do not believe they should be there.
Okay.
And really, to the degree of shame on us if we put them there.
Okay. Supervisor Glass?
Same here, I agree with that.
Okay. Supervisor Kirk?
Stop now.
I'm just not versed enough in that, with that specific area to speak on it, so.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Can you name the place type again?
Urban Transit Center.
It's right next
Ravana.
to-
It's Ravana. That whole section
It's
is
next to
Ravana.
Metro and Fairfax, am
Yeah.
I right?
Yeah.
Walking distance?
Innovation Station.
Innovation Station.
I mean, buddy, can I give you a minute of my time to speak before I want your perspective on this area?
From an economic development standpoint, we do not believe that data centers should be at urban transit centers.
Wow. Okay. I mean, I'm with the board.
Okay. And Supervisor Armstrong?
So there was a proposal to put, I believe, a data center in near there, either north of Ravana or one of the other big proposed developments that I'd have to see what the limits of the urban transit center are, because I don't have a problem with a data center, with the one that was proposed earlier. It was not on Ravana, but it was not that far away. So without knowing the borders of the urban transit center, I really can't say I'm against a data center there. I think they can be complementary within reasonably close proximity, but not on Ravana.
Okay. A couple of notes really quick, and then how do I want to do this? Well, first, power-wise, I had to and this is just FYI for everybody. We've had a couple of meetings with Dominion over the last few weeks or so. They are running out of land for substations. That's just reality. And you can count on pretty much one substation per 100 megawatts. So I've got a 280 megawatt data center going into Belmont Ridge Road and Route 7. They're going to need 2, but Dominion wants 3 for redundancy. So if you figure one overhead power line per 100 megawatts, you're probably in the ballpark. And if you have an overhead power line, you need a substation. So just everybody be aware of the fact that you don't think about data centers in isolation. Start thinking about data centers with one substation per 100 megawatts, depending on how big it is, and one power line per 100 megawatts, depending on how big it is. The second is, and we'll save it and come back, but I'll tee it up for discussion. My discussion on Dulles College South, I would like to propose that we, and I know where you stand, Supervisor Buffney, but I think, to Mr. Reiser's suggestion in his study, that if we establish an area by that nexus of power lines, and we said to the data center community, you can build here, we encourage you to build data centers here, but they have to be 100% zero carbon, and they have to be 100% reclaimed water. Now, I don't think they can do that right now, but if we give them an area and say, we encourage you to build data centers here, but they have to be the world standard in zero carbon data centers, I think the industry can figure it out, and it would incentivize them to figure it out. And under those circumstances, I think a Dulles Cloud South data center park makes a whole lot of sense. So think about it, and we'll bring it around and talk about it after the break, if that's okay. Anything else, staff, from us before a break? How long do you need for a break?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, great. Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for the break. Staff, what you got?
Okay, so I'm just going to go down the list. We did add a couple place types that aren't on the table, so I'll capture those in the urban discussion. But under urban employment, the general consensus was data centers are not preferred, but if they were allowed, they would have to have high design standards. Under urban transit center and urban mixed use, the consensus was generally no, but there was some discussion about PDTC and PDRDP, which are allowed in the urban transit center over in the eastern part of the county, where there was some split on PDTC, where there were 2 no's and 3 with standards, and RDP, where there were 4 with standards and 1 no. Under suburban mixed use, it was a general no. I believe that you want to revisit suburban neighborhood, Supervisor Turner or Chair Turner.
Yeah, if I could just really quick, if you
Okay.
just pause right there, I'd kind of like to get consensus from everybody. We talked about it very briefly. I think we have consensus, but does everybody agree that the rules that we've directed staff on suburban mixed use would apply to suburban neighborhood? And if you look at the map with the blue lines on it for suburban mixed use, I'm specifically talking about the gap between, over on the left-hand side, between the 2 kind of funky horns there. There's a gap there, it's suburban neighborhood, right on Route 7. And so I wanted to make sure we covered that and felt the same way about that section as we do about the suburban mixed use on either side of it. Chair Randall, how do you feel about that?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, the answer is yes.
Supervisor Glass?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Kirschner?
Statement on suburban mixed use.
Wait, Mike?
I think my statement on suburban mixed use would be the same in this area.
Okay. Vice Chair?
Are you asking that we have a discussion about it, or are you asking
Well, we
to
can.
decide right now whether?
If you, what I'm characterizing that is whatever you said about suburban mixed use should apply to this as well.
I don't know that I have enough information because I'm not exactly sure why that was carved out like this, not to be included. And
Okay.
so I would need more information to decide.
Okay?
I would like to talk more about it.
A little bit, no.
If that happens.
Okay. And Supervisor Armstead?
Since this wasn't part of this presentation, I can't say how I feel about suburban neighborhood at this time.
Let me clarify, this suburban neighborhood type, looking at the map, is, that's got to be the Whole Foods Shopping Center over to the hospital and then up over to, or maybe I'm too far over. Is it the National Conference Center up in that section?
Up here, yeah, it's something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe the Xerox.
Okay. Okay. Well, of the 5 of us, Supervisor Glass, Chair Randall, and I are all on the same page, the same rules as suburban mixed use. I think Supervisor Kirchner said you'd apply those same rules as well.
Yeah.
So just to clarify, Mr. Turner,
Yeah.
Xerox, it is at National Conference Center. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I think you've got what you need on that, right?
Yeah, I have a couple more. I was just going down the
Okay,
list.
sure, go
So suburban employment, the general consensus was that it should be allowed with a special exception. And then the last, suburban industrial mineral extraction, transition light industrial, transition industrial mineral extraction, and Leesburg JLMA employment support the, how it's permitted as the place type.
Okay.
Yes.
Any comments or questions about the staff's reiteration of what they thought they heard? I think that's pretty accurate. Going once, going twice. Okay. Anything else, staff, for the evening? Because I have some other comments I'd like to make.
We did just want to follow up on those last final couple questions on the Route 28 tax district. And I'm going to just make my pointer go back to a regular arrow, so I'm not, I think I did it. Nope, I didn't do it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Anyway, so the last meeting, the TLAC gave us staff some direction on Route 7, Route 28, suburban mixed-use place type, and we just want to kind of clarify, make sure, go back to those and make sure we're clarifying and which ones take precedent predominantly. So, and I believe we kind of discussed some of this, so hopefully it should be pretty straightforward since it's already come up as part of the discussion during the meeting on this item already. So does TLEC continue to support allowing data centers in the Route 28 corridor? If not, what are the concerns?
I think the answer to that is yes, since the vast majority of suburban employment. Does anybody have any contrary opinions to that?
No, my answer, Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
my answer is yes. My answer will always be the highest design standards possible. Now, it's different because, I mean, there are some places where I'm saying, you know, the design standards are absolutely essential. But in other places like Route 28, that I'm saying, you know, we do not want the data centers to look like some of the first ones that were built that we still get complaints about. You know, those ones that were built, I don't know when they were built, but you know, we still want to see, when possible, and I think it's almost always possible, different materials and nicer landscaping. So do I have any issue with on 28? No, but I will always want to see much better design standards than some of our earlier data centers gave us that we see right now on Route 28.
Just on Route 28 or elsewhere as well?
No, well, the data centers that are most unattractive are the ones that are on Route 28. That's what I'm
Okay.
talking about. Route 28 down Waxpool, those over there, they're very, very unattractive data centers. But they're also some of our first ones. I would also, you know, say that, and this just goes, we haven't talked about this yet, that, you know, as environmentally sustainable as possible. Reclaimed and recycled water, a recycled water loop within the data center, as using as least electricity as possible. And we haven't said those things. I guess I'm just putting on the table for it to be on the table. I hope that's assumed. But the as environmentally sustainable as possible as well.
All right.
Okay.
Supervisor Glass, any comments?
I would include green spaces on the roof if possible. Chair Randall, when you were talking about the highest for data centers, yes, I would, you know, I would support having data centers on Route 28, but I would agree with what Chair Randall has just said.
Okay. Other comments? Anyone? Okay. I think,
And, so TLEC previously stated data centers should not be allowed in the suburban mixed-use place type. We talked about that this evening. So what would take priority if a parcel is in the Route 28 corridor, but also designated suburban mixed-use place type?
yeah. Okay, so the question is, and let's go to the map. The question is on map on page 11, in the areas where suburban mixed use and the Route 28 tax district overlay, which takes priority. I don't know. Let's go around. Chair Randall, what do you think?
So again, I am not assuming we're talking about by right, because if it's by
That's
right,
fine.
it's by right.
That's fine.
So
Take
put
by right
that
off the
straight
table.
up.
Let's just look at, you've
Straight
got,
off the
all you got
table.
on the table is suburban mixed use and tax district.
For me, the suburban mixed use trumps, because again, it's by people's homes, and no one wants to have a data center by their home.
Supervisor Glass?
I would rather not have data centers.
And I tend to agree that as well, but Supervisor Kirshner?
Well, again, I don't think it's necessarily ideal, and that was kind of got to some of my questions earlier that I felt like if we could, the problem is that we have this is a taxing district and not really a policy area district, but I feel like I'm not even sure how much we can exclude out of that reasonably, and maybe staff will come back and say, well, if it's within the 28, we should just leave it alone, and I'm not sure how we separate that out either. But I kind of tend to prefer just to leave it as it is right now, and that is for development where it shows that development can happen. But again, I come back to the design standards, as Chair Randall mentioned. I think the industry has spoken. I think they've done a much better job. I think they continue to grow and expand in their in that. So if we're going to have them in there, they should have higher design standards.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
What Supervisor Kirshner said.
Okay. And then let me reiterate my statement. Ideally, I don't want data centers in suburban mixed-use policy area anywhere. If you're asking priority, then I'm going to just go with my statement that they shouldn't be in the suburban mixed-use policy area. I personally don't think you're going to have the latitude. I think legally the Route 28 tax district is going to trump the suburban mixed-use policy area, but my desire is not to have data centers in the suburban mixed-use policy area.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
And Supervisor Armstrong?
I would agree with your statement that I think what you said was you think that the Route 28 tax district is going to take precedence over the suburban mixed use. I would agree with that. I believe it should. The residents in that tax district don't pay the extra tax. The commercial property owners do. They've been paying into it for decades on the assumption that they could develop commercial uses. So I think the tax district trumps the other.
Okay. Next
Okay,
time.
thank you. And then the next question is similar. TLAC previously stated that data centers should not be allowed in the Route 7 corridor. So what takes priority if a parcel is in the Route 28 corridor and in the Route 7 corridor?
Okay, so we're talking about the section at the top there, which is Route 7, suburban mixed use, and 28 tax district, correct?
That's correct. This area through here.
All right, Chair Randall, in the area at the top of the T there on suburban mixed use, which is in the tax district and along Route 7.
So that is over there. That is the, help me out. The name of the development head just went right out of my mind with the Children's Science Center and all of that.
Kincora.
That's Kincora, right?
Right.
Basically, right?
Kincora is here. It's not a district that allows data centers.
Yeah, it doesn't allow data centers
Okay.
already.
So
It's Dulles Town Center.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh,
this
it's
area
Dallas
here.
Town Center.
And it's George Washington. It's everything north of Route 7. That's research development place type.
Yeah, I wish you guys would. I wish you would keep coming to me first. Not fair. That is a harder one. That is a harder one.
If I can clarify just briefly, it's almost the same question.
Yeah.
We haven't really defined the Route 7 corridor. This just happens to be on Route 7 corridor. So if you take that out of the mix, it's the same question, which trumps suburban mixed use or Route 28, and we've already answered that question. Just because it happens to be near Route 7, I think the other two are a higher priority than just because it happens to be near Route 7, and you will solve the problem with Route 7 if you solve the other two.
Okay.
And I didn't want to step on your comments, Chair. If you have something else to add, please feel free.
I don't right now because and you know what, I apologize to staff because I did see these questions and I should have had an answer ready, and I don't have an answer ready for. I thought through these questions and I haven't thought through this question, and I don't want to give a snap answer, and I apologize because the question's in the package and I know it was there. It's the one question for whatever reason I just didn't think it through. So let me just give that one some more thought if you don't mind.
Okay. Chair, Supervisor Glass, any comments? Supervisor Glass?
Yes, I would say, we're talking about the red section off of 28.
Yeah, where 28 and 7 converge, they're asking the priority of Route 7, Route 28, or the Route 28 tax district. And what I just said was, really, it's the same question we just answered. Route 7 kind of falls out of the mix if suburban mixed use and the Route 28 tax district have a high priority, and they do, then it's really the same question. But if you have any other thoughts, now's the time.
That's a hard one for me to say. What
Okay.
necessarily would be there.
Okay. Supervisor Kirshner? Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yeah, I mean, for this one and the last one, I think my answer is I'd rather keep it out of there, but I think the 28 tax district is going to prevail.
Okay.
So.
And I think you have my answer.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the last question is, does TLEC have any recommendations on the current ZRTD process to facilitate the voluntary conversion of property within the Route 28 tax district to the current zoning regulations? And we can look at this two ways. Does TLEC desire to keep a legislative process requiring Board of Supervisor approval, or does TLEC support a transition to an administrative process to incentivize Route 28 tax district owners to voluntarily develop their property in accordance with the current zoning regulations?
So the question is, does TLUC support the current ZRTD legislative process based on everything we learned tonight? Or do we want to support moving to an administrative ZRTD process where the board would not have oversight of the ZRTD? Chair Randall, comments?
Yeah, no, even having the discussion we had tonight, I would definitely go with A.
So you want to keep the legislative process?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Glass?
I would keep the legislative process.
Okay. Supervisor Kirshner?
No, I think it should be a staff process.
Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because of the specific circumstances of this area and existing and long-held state law, I think we should go to an administrative process on this.
Okay,
So option B.
I agree with that. Okay. So that's 3 for the administrative process, 2 for the legislative process. Supervisor Umstattd?
I would agree, administrative.
Okay.
Okay, and that is all of our questions. Thank you very much.
Very good. Staff, you did a great job tonight. Thank you very much. Don't stretch and get up yet. We got 1 or 2 more items. Very briefly, I want to recap the purpose of this discussion that we've had now 2 sessions on. We'll have a third. What prompted this is a thought amongst some of us that how big and how fast is this problem growing, which is rapid data center development in Loudoun County. The data center community are extraordinarily really good community partners and have been for a long time. We invited them here. We've encouraged them to stay here. We're proud of the fact that they are the leaders in the industry on the planet Earth, which is pretty amazing. And we want them to stay here, and we want them to continue to thrive, and we want their partnership in our community. But the board has an obligation to all of the constituents and all the citizens of Loudoun County to try and manage this process. And in any situation where you have virtually uncontrolled growth in an economic sector, I think it's incumbent upon the elected officials to understand that growth and to try and manage that growth going forward in a fiscally and a culturally responsive way to the community. And so that's what we're trying to do here. So the question that prompted all this was, well, how many data centers could there be in Loudoun County that the board will have no legislative oversight over at all? We haven't answered that question yet. I would hope that we can get at least a range, an estimate after the next meeting in TLUC. Where are we going? What is theoretically possible? Because ultimately the reason we ask that question is to try and get our arms around the budget process, because it has a huge impact on the budget process. That's a whole separate discussion. Probably should have in the Finance Committee about how we're going to deal with this kind of growth in the budget and its impact on the budget. But until we have an understanding of the land use, the underlying land use, what can grow by right without board approval and without board oversight, and what impact, we won't be able to measure the impact it's going to have on the budget. So that's kind of what I would like everybody to keep in mind as we go forward. There's a purpose for this discussion, to try and get a scope of the size of the problem. And then the last thing I'd like to talk about really is Dulles Cloud South, just very briefly. It's not a complicated issue. It's kind of a yes or no issue. So let me quickly restate it, and then I'll go around the horn and see how everybody feels about it. data centers are going to grow in Loudoun County. It's just that they're just going to continue to grow in Loudoun County. And I think part of the management process is what we've just gone through here, but it's also, if there's a place in Loudoun County that's uniquely suited for data centers, then maybe we have some leverage here to say, yeah, okay, maybe this is where data centers should go. But I was really intrigued by Mr. Reiser's suggestion that we can impose some pretty unique design guidelines on data centers that go down there. Now, it has two major power line, a major power line intersection down there, and it really seems ideally suited for them. I understand Supervisor Buffington has concerns because it's in the transition policy here. I get that. But my proposition is, I would like to hear from each member of TLEC and from Supervisor Umstattd. How do you feel about Dulles Cloud South? And the options, as I see it, are, yes, Dulles Cloud South, go forward, no further constraints, go forward and build data centers, and we should do it down there. My proposition is, I'm amenable to data centers in that area, but I would impose very strict environmental design standards on those data centers. And I think that's an intriguing possibility because it would put our data centers, if they could crack that code, it would put them really at the top of the industry environmentally. And I think they are trying organically to do that. Let's give them the test bed. Let's give them the opportunity to try that down there. And then the third position is, no, absolutely not. We don't want to have data centers in Dulles Cloud South. So with that, I'm going to go around the horn. Chair Randall, how do you feel?
The most environmentally sensitive, environmentally safe, environmentally sustainable data center does not take the place of the actual environment. And so I do believe that that there will be chances for us to really have kind of crack the code for environmental data centers in all parts of Loudoun County, but I do not believe they belong here in the transition policy area. I have strongly thought any data centers being in the transition policy area. I've been very, very consistent on this. I think that we need to not have a creep, because we put one there because we do have power lines. Many more will come. And then you're going to have a transition policy area in that part of Loudon full of data centers, and that's not what we want to have. And so I am against the data center at Dulles Cloud South, even though we have the power lines there already. Why did it get so quiet? Mike? Supervisor Turner?
I'm sorry. I'm sitting here having a conversation with myself. Supervisor Glass, how do you feel?
I'm like, what just happened? Did you guys put me out the room or something?
I don't mind looking into the idea of having data centers in that area, but my concern is if we put them there, are we opening up a Pandora's box in that area? But I wouldn't mind looking at that idea.
Okay. Supervisor Kirshner.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting question, and I have originally, when we first had this vote on this committee, I kind of voted just no, and then we had the vote at the full board meeting, and I said, well, we should at least take a look at it. But I am reticent to really look at anything within this portion, largely because of some of the concerns that Chair Randall has mentioned, some of the concerns that Mr. Buffington has mentioned, and that is, we have put a data center in the transition policy area. But I've also talked to Mr. Al Van Hike a significant amount. As a matter of fact, I think I have a meeting set to meet with him tomorrow or next week at some point. And this is one of the things I was going to bring up. He was around, I think, long before some of us when the TPA was really envisioned. And it's exactly that, a transition area. And so, that was one of the reasons I suggested that maybe we look at this. I have not had an opportunity to go down and actually look at this area myself. I don't think we, as a board, should ever take a position that no commercial any sort of commercial, because that's why it's TPA, it's supposed to be kind of a mixed commercial / residential area, should ever take place in these areas. But with that said, I also am concerned that this will kind of open up. So I am largely on the fence, leaning towards not at this time or maybe ever developing data centers within the TPA. But I do have to have further, I guess, research. I need to look at this myself further. I need to have some discussions with others because I do understand both sides of this issue significantly. And I am concerned with kind of breaking that barrier once again, which is what True North did in some point. But this is a little bit of a different area than True North. So that's a little bit of the analysis bopping around in my head. But I do kind of tend to lean towards not, quite frankly, doing it, even though I am in favor of at least kind of looking at what that would look like. So thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No surprise to anybody. I'm a hard no on this. I think as soon as you start looking into something, it becomes more of a reality. The more you look into it, the more closer you are to it being an actual reality. So, generally speaking, when I'm asked, do I want to look into something that I know I don't like, I say no. Let's not look into it any further. Let's not waste our valuable staff time. And let's not move further down the road that I know I don't want to go down. I think if you were paying attention or if you were here and listening to the public input we received during the comp plan update process, the input from folks all around the county, generally speaking, was that we want to maintain as much of our open space and parkland as we can. And if you've seen the results from the recent Visit Loudon survey that has occurred, and the results are out, people from all districts, not just Western Loudon districts, love Loudon because of the mix of what we have in Eastern Loudon and what we have in the transition policy area and what we have in rural Loudon. And so I worry, and the reason I'm against this is because it's in the transition policy area. And while it is supposed to be a mix of suburban and rural, I see data as high impact. It's a very high impact development. It may be they don't have a whole lot of employees and a whole lot of traffic coming in and out of there. Residential might have even more. But they have major power lines that run over there. And as soon as one goes, all of the neighbors want to do the same thing because it's highly profitable. And I don't blame any of the neighbors and any of the property owners who are seeking to have their parcels zoned for a data center. I don't blame you. If I owned that land, I might do that myself, even though, as you know, as you can see, I'm adamantly opposed to this idea because I don't want to set the precedent of slowly but surely chipping away at the transition policy area. And then once that runs out, we slowly but surely would end up eventually chipping away at the rural policy area. And that's just not what folks that I've heard from, the majority of folks that I've heard from, want us to do. And so, at some point, I feel like if we're listening to our residents, we will run out of space for this type of high-density development. And I think that's just okay. And every time we run out of space, I don't think we have to go looking for more space, generally speaking. And I just think that's okay.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Armstrong.
I would disagree with my friend, Mr. Buffington. That area, and I'd encourage everybody, if you get a chance, go down and look at it for yourself. I was able to do that today for the first time. And the amount of infrastructure in place already is stunning. This is probably the most infrastructure when it comes to overhead transmission lines, possibly of anywhere in the county. I think it is even more noticeable than what we have in Leesburg. That is the kind of area that you want data centers. And I would say that whether it was in a suburban policy area or a town or the transition area, but you have that infrastructure, and it seems to go on forever. And the thought that you would not take advantage of it for the industry that enables us to pay for so much of the other things we value is beyond me. I just think if you had even 2 to 3 data centers down there where those power lines cross, it would make absolute sense. It is well buffered from any residential communities. Eventually, you're going to have residential communities go in if data centers don't. But I just think we are missing a huge opportunity for an area that already is ready for data centers. So I would support it.
Thank you, Supervisor Umstattd. So I'm going to reframe this and take a straw poll vote. The notional motion would be that TLUC recommends continued discussion of Dulles Cloud South to the Board of Supervisors. Yes or no? Chair Randall, I have you as a no. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Supervisor Glass, I think I have you as a soft yes, that you'd be willing to continue to talk about it. So if I logged you, I'd log you as a yes to recommend to the Board of Supervisors we continue to discuss it. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Supervisor Kirschner, I had you kind of as a soft no. Would you recommend sending it to the board for further discussion or killing it here?
I would probably vote no at this point.
That's what I had you. Okay, and then Supervisor Buffington, how do you feel about it? That's a no. So within the TLUC committee, I would vote yes to move it to the board for further discussion. It would fail 3-2 or 2-3. So we're going to kill the Dulles Cloud South discussion here at TLUC, but I invite Supervisor Umstattd to bring it up at the board level for further discussion. With that, unless staff has anything else, I'm ready to make a motion for this item. Seeing none. I move that the Transportation Land Use Committee direct staff to move forward with the next steps in the discussion series and return to the July TLUC meeting for further review and consideration by the committee. I have a second from the vice. I have a second from the vice.
Okay.
I have a second from the vice chair.
Okay.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
That motion will pass 5-0. And I believe the next item on the agenda is an information item. Does staff have anything to talk about on the information item for us? Well, I think here comes John, so that looks like a yes.
We're open for any questions, but going to first.
Wait, just a second, John. I want to thank everybody that hung in there. That was staff. That was very good. That was a very good discussion. You guys pulled it out of us, and I really appreciate all the hard work on that. It's very complex, and you guys did a great job. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Sandy.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, fellow committee members. Tonight, we're just going to talk very briefly about information item 2, which had an accompanied memo which provided some responses to some specific tax questions that were part of this data center discussion series expected at TLUC. As you know, the tax policy recommendations regarding data centers were shared with the Finance Committee this year during the development of the 23 budget, FY23 budget. Those recommendations centered on bringing a balance to the county's general fund, which showed some signs of becoming too dependent on business personal property tax revenue generated from data center computer equipment. But we'd like to be clear that staff policy recommendations are not meant to signify that data center development should not continue. Data centers produce significant personal property tax revenue, as the board knows. They're fiscally positive to the county's overall financial condition. And according to at least one recent study, for every $1 in county government services demanded, data centers produce $13 in revenue. pretty large positive fiscal impact. Our recommendations with regard to the mix of revenue is a long-term strategy over many years on how to use the personal property tax rate for the benefit of real property taxpayers and the county's bottom line. Staff shared with the board the business personal property tax revenue on computer equipment and had mentioned that it had been the primary funding mechanism to support the county's year-over-year expenditure growth in recent budgets. This revenue source continues to grow. It's a benefit to the county financially. It also has difficulty with regard to forecasting. Specific year-over-year growth of this revenue source has been challenging. There's been impacts of the industry changes and technology improvements, and of course that causes some concern. The personal property tax revenue is generated from a depreciating portfolio. It's a depreciating type of revenue, especially on computer equipment. Each year that computer equipment loses some value, similar to vehicles, until the equipment is refreshed. For example, 40% of computer equipment is 4 years or older in age. However, the same equipment only accounts for 18% of revenue. Staff's tax policy recommendations, though, are grounded in the principle that real property tax portfolio is more stable and more of an appreciating revenue source. It's tried and true. The share of general fund revenue from real property versus other sources should be managed over a long-term horizon. The typical experience for Virginia counties is that real property tax revenue comprises of at least 60% of most general fund revenue in Virginia counties. Of course, Loudon's unique in this area for Virginia due to its data center square footage and resulting personal property tax revenue. The experience of other Virginia localities does not indicate to staff that there's a value in exploring overdependence concerns. This is a concept behind staff's proposal of decreasing the personal property tax rate to better take advantage of continued growth in the data center industry while taking advantage of the strong revaluation seen in residential real property tax portfolio. Lowering the personal property tax rate is staff's recommended tool for mitigating some over-reliance on computer equipment personal property tax revenue. This encourages appropriate data center development where the board chooses to locate these centers. It also allows the county to manage the revenue composition of mix and grow the real property tax base. So with me tonight, Caleb Weitz, Megan Burke, and of course Buddy Reiser here to answer any questions. The attachment to our information item were the responses to Supervisor Buffington's questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandy. We'll go around, 3 minutes on the clock. Chair Rendell.
First of all, thank you, staff, and thank you, Mr. Buffington, for asking these excellent questions. I actually, Mr. Sandy, I don't think, and Ms. Burke, I don't think anyone at all questions whether or not data centers give us fantastic revenue, absolutely fantastic revenue. And when I talk to constituents who have said they would like to see less data centers built, they are fully aware, fully understand that data centers, what they do for on their tax bill. They don't question that at all. And so, no one is questioning either the revenue nor the community partnerships that data centers give us. Not at all. My thought is this, though. One thing data centers can do is buy up land because they can pay top dollar for it. If we even want to be able to have land or area for other businesses to start to burgeon or other industries to come along, I think just by zoning and how the discussion we've already had, it will happen. But I do want to be aware that, that we don't want the data center industry, albeit a very revenue positive industry, to completely crowd out any other business industries. And that is something that I am always concerned about. So when I say diversify our economy, it's obviously not because data centers don't produce money and are not good community partners. But if we're going to look at small manufacturing, if we're going to look at health IT, if we're going to look at different types of retail, if we're going to look at other types of revenue, business revenue, I do want us just to be mindful that data centers can crowd out other things and to be mindful of that as we just move forward. So it's more of a statement than anything else.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Glass?
Well, I just want to say I'd like to thank Mr. Sandy and Mr. Ryder for coming here and explaining in answering the questions that Supervisor Buffington had asked. What can I say? I think, the data centers are extremely important for our county. They do a lot. We're able to do a lot for our constituents. We're able to provide so many things, provide roads, provide the amenities that people enjoy and want to have in Loudon. And that's the reason why people come here. We also are able to fund our schools and, just do so many things in our county. I appreciate what they do for us. And I understand why, as Chair Randall had stated, the concern of our dependency on them. I think that is something, that is something that we have to look into and try to make those decisions so that we are not extremely dependent on one source of economy. So I understand the questions that, that people have here. But I don't want the data center industry to think that we do not appreciate that industry, that has given us, the things that we in our community. I don't have any questions right now. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I asked these questions to staff after our budget process, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and staff, for including this as part of tonight's discussion since we are talking about data centers. I asked this question because I felt like we were hearing from county admin, like top staff, that we should be very concerned with approving any more data centers. And then I felt like I was hearing the opposite from Department of Economic Development Development. And so that was the purpose of these questions, to understand my interpretation of what I thought I was hearing better. And after having a conversation with Mr. Hemstreet, he helped me develop these questions, and so then I sent them in so that we could really have staff from all of the departments look into this and provide complex answers to really help us as board members understand what it means to approve another data center in Loudon County. And correct me if I'm wrong, staff, any staff that's here, the gist of your answer is continuing to approve data centers in Loudon County is not a bad thing. It's not something we should be concerned about. It's actually a good thing economically. And what I think really the message you were trying to get to us during the budget process was that we're changing the tax policy, or staff is recommending that you change your tax policy in a way that helps to protect the county financially in the future if there is any kind of fluctuation or something different than what we're predicting for the revenue coming from data center industry. And so the way that we're doing it now under the staff recommended policy, which is a change to how we did it before this previous budget cycle that we just did, is better for the residents of Loudon County. And it's actually more likely to result in a lower tax rate than you would otherwise be paying. Am I correct, staff?
You're correct. We believe that the tax ratio policy emphasizes the need to rely on less dynamic changes in revenue, which are found typically in real property tax, on residential or commercial, and less on a more dynamic type of revenue source, which can be difficult to predict, which is personal property tax on computer equipment.
And I think you guys came up with a very smart, a very data-driven, and a very good tax policy for us moving forward. Last question: what would the residential tax rate? Real property tax rate is 89.5 cents per 100 of assessed value right now. What would it be if it wasn't for our data center industry? If we were to provide the same level of service that we're providing now? My understanding is $1.43 per 100.
That's consistent with the memo, yes.
So your taxes would be about a third higher than they currently are if it wasn't for our data center industry. Thank you.
Mr. Kirshner.
I don't have any real questions about the memorandum. I appreciate you supplying it. I think a lot of my questions and my continued swirling of ideas really are more geared towards a finance committee discussion, and that is how I still feel like the kind of the cutoff that we're using, there's got to be another way around it. And I know a lot of minds smarter than mine have kind of discussed that. But in terms of this particular memorandum, I just think a lot of these questions are kind of self-explanatory. I feel like the answers that we're given are really good. I do think that maybe during the budget session, we got the data center industry and maybe a lot of discussion in terms of diversification and whatnot have got a little bit of a wrap. But the truth of the matter is, a data center goes in, has, a handful of employees, and it really has a real small footprint and very little in terms of the infrastructure that were needed. So I think we need to continue to support that industry. I appreciate the look we're taking right now, but I think we're going to find that, continuing to work with them as a community partner is really, really important for the continued economic growth of this county and also the reduced tax burden on the taxpayer as mentioned by Supervisor Buffington. So I appreciate the input. I appreciate Supervisor Buffington's questions, and that's really the only comments I have.
Supervisor Umstattd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was one of the best staff memos I've ever had the pleasure of reading. I really appreciate your responses to Supervisor Buffington. I would note that I am less concerned about data centers taking up all the land because they only consume 1.5% of all the land in Loudon County. So there is plenty of room for other commercial entities to grow in the county, and we love it when they do. But the data center industry has been an incredible boon to this county, not just in the amount of tax revenue, where they make it possible for us to do everything else we care about: schools, roads, parks, public safety, child protective services, mental health services, you name it. But they are an integral part of our society in the county. They're an integral part of our commercial sector. Many, many businesses rely on the business that data centers give to them, and they are a critical part of our workforce. Even though data centers themselves don't have that many employees, they provide jobs for many, many thousand of Loudon residents who work in the support industries, and these are good paying jobs. So I cannot say enough good about them, and I appreciate their patience and their commitment to the county and the commitment of their charitable partners to helping our nonprofits throughout the county. So thank you to staff for putting together a really excellent memorandum.
What are the challenges of projecting business personal property tax in the upcoming year?
So it goes back to the composition of the revenue. So we were talking earlier about how personal property tax is based on depreciating assets. So computer equipment depreciates, new investment needs to come in to replenish your base. So predicting the exact levels of that new investment, the timing of the new investment, as well as we are in a growth cycle with additional data center square footage being added year over year, predicting the exact timing of how that equipment is outfitted. There's a number of other more complicated factors that are kind of sub-bullets of each of those, but those are the largest challenges with predicting the exact year-over-year growth in that revenue source.
So my impression is that it's not linear and that the variation about the mean year over year is pretty high because you don't have visibility over the variables as to whether or not they're going to replenish in that given year or not. Is that correct?
There are so many variables that go into it.
Really?
Significant or business decisions that large companies make can have significant impacts on the level of investment that goes into the county any given year. But I do want to be clear, the revenues, the base of personal property from computer equipment right now is on a very significant growth trajectory. And even with some of the difficulty in forecasting the growth the last few years, that has continued to be a significant growth trajectory. The issue that the staff has had has been in predicting that exact level of growth on an annual basis.
Do you find that that one type of data center has more predictable personal property tax flow than another? So, for example, if it's a co-location data center with multiple tenants, or it's an enterprise data center with a single tenant, if it's a hyperscale colo with 3 or 4 tenants, but it's a very, very large data center, do you find that one of them is more predictable than the other?
That's an extremely difficult question to answer, and we don't really have the data to be able to answer that question. And the example I'll give is you could have a company that has server equipment in multiple different data centers across the county that might be have an enterprise data center, but then also have space in a co-location type data center, and they file one return for their equipment based in the county, and that return does not attribute the equipment to specific locations.
Okay. I'm going to use Chairman's prerogative. I'm out of time here. Just really wrap this up. But I really thank you very much. The memo was great. Thank you, Supervisor Buffington, for providing those questions and for the staff's answers. My concern that I have, and it sort of underlies the land use discussion that we're having right now, which will lead to a budget discussion, I hope, is that I hope we are not operating, and I don't mean this in any way pejoratively, but I hope we're not operating under the illusion that the variables are sufficiently definable and sufficiently within our range to control that we actually can manage our way back to 60%. Let me be more explicit. If the formula is, we think the formula is A plus B plus C equals X, when in fact the formula is A cubed or A to the 4th or A to the 5th plus B plus C equals X, then if you change a little bit of A, it has a huge impact on the outcome of the formula. And I'm not convinced that we understand if data centers are growing even remotely as close as I suspect they are growing in Loudon County, I don't know that we can contain and ever see 60% again, because if they're growing so fast, the revenue is going to grow so fast. I don't know if we can do that. And so that's my concern. I don't have the information. I'm not sure anybody has the information to be able to predict that. But that's my concern. And if we are swimming upstream and are never going to be able to do that, then at some point we're going to have a discussion. Do we need to relook at the paradigm of 60% real property tax as a viable paradigm? Can we ever get to that point? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I guess it's heresy, but It's just a question that I keep coming back in my mind. We have data centers popping up all over the place, and I just worry that our business personal property tax is just going to go through the roof, and we just may need to rethink the whole thing. So that's just me pontificating. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate this. Thank you, everybody that stuck around this late. This was a gargantuan meeting. Thank you to my colleagues, and we are adjourned.